LAFD firefighters, no homes were damaged or destroyed, and no evacuation orders were issued. In addition to responding to these brush fires, there were 3,370 911 calls for service that required 642 ambulance transports. The wind event will begin to decrease in intensity this afternoon. However, a fire weather watch remains in effect Tuesday evening through Thursday evening with gusty Santa Ana winds and very low relative humidity. I will now provide a brief update on the Palisades fire. The fire remains at 23,713 acres with 61% containment. Damage assessments are ongoing, and as of today, there have been 6,207 structures destroyed. There are currently 5,337 personnel assigned to this incident, and repopulation efforts continue today. I want to take the time to thank the community for your continued support and readiness. Our focus remains on full containment and extinguishment of this fire. A heartfelt thank you goes out to all the firefighters, first responders who have worked day in and day out for the past 14 days straight throughout this crisis. And as we enter and begin the third week of this disaster, our resilience and commitment to the community will continue to be unwavering. Next, I'd like to introduce LAPD Chief Dominic Choi.
Good morning. So today I'm going to provide a couple of updates on the status of what LAPD is doing related to the Palisades fire. First, the Los Angeles Police Department has completed an exhaustive search for any missing persons or deceased individuals within the Palisades burn area in the city of Los Angeles. And at this point, we have 5 confirmed fatalities or deaths related to the Palisades fire in the city of Los Angeles. Secondly, we stand at 44 total missing persons that have been reported. I'm happy to say of those 44 missing persons, only 1 missing persons report remains unresolved. We believe that we will have a resolution to that last report shortly. As you can see, the burn area continues to present hazards and challenges for all first responders and residents. Your safety remains our priority, and therefore our repopulation efforts must be methodical and sensitive to the needs of those communities going in there. So please know that all of our unified commanders are doing everything they can to allow safe access to the residents in this community as soon as they can. And I thank all of you for your patience. Specifically on the Palisades Highlands repopulation, so on January 19th, the Los Angeles Police Department established a community staging area at 1150 Pacific Coast Highway in Santa Monica in Lot 3. This was done to establish an orderly, residents-only repopulation plan for specifically the Palisades Highlands. The following process will continue today, and as other zones open up, this process will be the same and only will change if there's a need to change that process. Any new openings will be communicated by the Unified Command to our Joint Information Center and will be pushed out on all of our city websites and public-facing information portals. So again, this process is for residents only, and we ask that non-residents do not respond to the staging area. This community staging area is a collaborative effort between the Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, and the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. We're encouraging community members to respond to Lot 3 by traveling northbound on the California Incline, negotiate a left turn onto PCH, and stage their vehicle in the number 3 lane along the curb. Officers will be present to provide direction into the parking lot. Residents, once in the parking lot, will be asked to provide identification or documentation that validates their residency within that community. Residents will be offered access kits containing N95 masks and goggles for their safety, but we also encourage all of you, if you have your own personal protective equipment, to bring that as well. Once groups of vehicles are validated, the California Highway Patrol will escort caravans into the Palisades community, Palisades Highlands community. LAPD will have units available in this community to provide safe passage out of this community if you choose not to stay. We have asked community members to arrive at staging from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and will be escorted into this Highlands neighborhood. Escorts will not be available after 5 p.m. as hazards increase during the hours of darkness. If community members wish to remain in their residence, they can do so. But if you leave after 5 p.m., you cannot return until the next escort service continues, which will be 10 a.m. the following day. We remain on full tactical alert. We continue to deploy significant resources in and around the burn areas to prevent any criminal acts from occurring and to arrest those that do commit criminal acts. We continue to work with all of our partners, first responders, our National Guard, our CHP, Sheriff's Department, Port Police, Airport Police, and I'm thankful for all their support and help, and I ask you to be safe. Thank you.
Let me also acknowledge Keith Mose, the General Manager of the Bureau of Street Services, and Julie Allen, the Assistant GM of Sanitation Department. I'll take your questions. Yes, Julia. Well, that's what we will be discussing today. So he's coming here. You know, I think at one of the prior press conferences, people asked me, had I heard from other mayors? And I definitely have, and they've wanted to come and offer their experience, their guidance, and their expertise, and Mitch is in that. So we'll be talking about that today. Other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. President. Trump won!
Yeah, so anybody can start making calls. I just like let everybody I know that can also turn
Trump
on.
won!
I gotta plug in. When I can't win to San Diego.
Let our people go. We are the people. You lose. Let our people go. Getting called a Oompa Loompa. Let our people go. Hey guys, can I get you back on the sidewalk, please? Thank you. Please let our people go. Please let our people go. Can you do that?
Just like a kid, if you give them attention, they'll keep doing it.
Well, Saturday I was down here trolling the music park. I had my trailer. Wreck their days of they're knowing you're trapped out. Somebody noticed meltdown.
Police have not even looked their way.
I've been ignoring them for 900
I went to Martha Shaw and talked to like also
Yeah, nice.
my son. I had my son change his story. Say that he's on Where did she, you said?
With the left hand, 5
People fight for that. People were fighting for God. We all knew like they had to take y'all to like one place. Y'all not using those.
Maybe that's why the morale was sort of like we weren't really doing much.
Yeah, like any other, especially the Jay. Like,
Still 65 years ago.
Hey, I'm right here.
But they're happy with the guidelines.
Yeah, like last round. Nobody was putting it's like I guess. 2 o'clock in the morning. Get a couple people going in. It was awesome. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, my heart goes out and my prayers go out to you both. I hope you get some justice, and I hope what's going to happen.
executive orders that were signed yesterday. Release all of the January 6th hostages. Release our people, our citizens, and who have been mistreated for 4 years. Enough's enough. Let our people go. Do the right thing. Follow your orders. Follow your oath. Obey your orders. Be a man. Do the right thing. Be ethical.
We got cars coming. Y'all jump up on the sidewalk. Don't mean to interrupt your freedom of speech. We just got cars coming.
We the people. We won this election. Our president has signed executive orders. Release our January 6th. These people have suffered for 4 years for nothing.
What's your name? These aren't.
How many more?
Yeah, we need to push on there. Yeah, they approved the poison. This should be the shot right here, bro. What the fuck are we doing? This is a shot.
I'll say it's also one of those courtesy things. You know, when we did Nightline and we crossed the street and the guy was like, I've been standing here all day and now you guys are breaking my shot.
Yeah.
We got 1, 2, 3 potential courtesy blocks.
Fuck these people, bro.
Okay.
We're from New York.
Nope. Bye.
I've been here all day and now all of a sudden you messed it up.
I am about to go get a new pair.
They're gonna hit everybody here with an EMP. All the shit's gonna go out. see you.
Guys, come back. This is what happens next time.
Everybody back! Everybody come back! Let them out! Media, come back!
So you heard about it on
Let them out!
Cooperation. Please return back to the original staging area on the sidewalk. Please do not stand on the street. So please, out of the street, on the sidewalk. You guys are free to record as you like.
You have a
Please
station
do
area.
so. Exercise your First Amendment right from the sidewalk. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you guys so much for your cooperation.
We've got Kara Castronova here, and we're excited. Hey, Kara, good to see you. Hi, who's there? Ann Vanderfield. Oh, Ann, how are you? Nice to see you. Good, how are you? We're good, we're waiting. The cops and the guards are not letting them out yet, and we're wondering why. It's a while. Yeah. We've been let out last week. Yes. That was the executive order, but they called it. We were here until midnight 30, and they told us, you know, go home, pack it up, and the words that they used to us was that they were unprepared. That's unacceptable. People,
There's nowhere for you to park here, though. It's all shut down.
I don't know if the people parks are like
Back there is fine. You can park right in front of that black truck.
There's a law.
Carrying like a lot of stuff.
Someone
Yeah, so back here, got the ramp.
habeas corpus, that you got it. I knew there was a Latin term for that.
I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't even lie to you. He's here for everybody's safety. Watch that. Watch that following order. Legal order. Following order. Legal order. It's a legal order.
I guarantee there's more than 100,000 because we've got multiple channels streaming this early. I'm only getting 7 restream on this channel.
We're here in front of the jail. We are very anxious. We have had them since last night after the president.
Well, we knew that
signed an executive order
So listen, I have nothing to do with them. I don't know what they did. I don't know.
We don't know that they were unsuspecting or they're not prepared to these are free men. There's a maybe $10,000 body.
I don't know who they are.
This is also going out on the gateway and Banner's jail.
Jails across the country have the other J6 prisoners, but here at DC Gulag, DC Gitmo, as we call it, one of the most corrupt, disgusting, evil prisons on the planet, they still have not released political prisoners of January 6th.
If I had nuggets, they would
Commanded they do last night. So we're waiting.
but it's right. But it is it's worth it because this needs to happen, you know, and like you've been talking about today, you know, we the people have the power and we must exercise that ability to use our and right and stand and say, listen, these are people, let them go. They have been freed. They have been pardoned by the president. So I'm so grateful and I'm grateful that you're here with us. I can't help but look at the letters on the wall that say pride, professionalism, and passion.
Yeah.
But when you're following the Constitution, you should be going to when you're MPD. Yeah, but that's dead. Don't need to have everything you do What's that? I am freezing, yes. But you know, this has been a long time coming. I lost my voice last night. It's been a long time coming. We've been fighting for this so long. Awesome. Yes. Yep. We sang with the J6s that night. General Frank. That was awesome.
Everybody has a problem. I'm not an expert in security. Yeah. You might want to have we have no yeah. So you're not going to get it. What you're trying to do is not going to let anybody get released. Oh, thanks.
That is amazing. Hey, Jeremy Brown. Just an announcement. Jeremy Brown's girlfriend, Tylene's just notified Laura Logan that she is on her way to pick him up. He is being released. Jeremy Brown is being released.
I'm a superior.
That is exciting news. Praise God.
She just told me the same thing that I told her. I didn't even speak to her. The chief was talking about
Let me see if I can see what he looks like.
Okay. He's here. He's here. Okay. He is here. Jeremy Brown is here.
Good morning, everyone. Rob Bonta, California Attorney General. Thanks for being here today. I want to first welcome my longtime friend and San Francisco City Attorney, David Chu, who you'll be hearing from shortly, as well as Gabriel Medina, Executive Director of La Raza Community Resource Center, and also Larry Yi, President of the Lee Family Association, a member of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association. We'll hear from everyone shortly. We'll do some questions after. And before we get into it, I want to recognize my team in the Civil Rights Enforcement Section at the California Department of Justice, who've been working overtime, literally around the clock, especially the last 24 hours. Without them, what I'm about to talk about wouldn't be possible. I am deeply disappointed that we're here one day into the new administration, and also not at all surprised. In the hours after President Trump was sworn into office, he issued an onslaught of disastrous and damaging executive orders, including one that seeks to end birthright citizenship. In one fell swoop, he stripped the constitutional right to citizenship for children who will be born on U.S. soil, regardless of their parents' immigration status. The president chose to start his second term by knocking down one of our country's foundational, long-standing rights and disregarding our nation's governing document. A terrifying tone to set for the rest of his term. Sadly, this order and many others come as no shock. Trump is following through on a campaign promise. Today, I'm also following through on a promise to take action if Trump violates the law and infringes on our rights, on your rights. As he did today with what is, frankly, an un-American executive order. I have one message for President Trump. I'll see you in court. We are filed. Our case is filed now as we speak, moments ago, in the District of Massachusetts in the First Circuit. This morning, as stated, the lawsuit challenging President Trump's unconstitutional executive order is on file. It has multiple grounds. It states that the executive order violates the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. It violates our U.S. Constitution. It also violates the Immigration and Nationality Act and flouts more than 125 years, a century and a quarter, of long-standing, well-established precedent set by the U.S. Supreme Court. The president has overstepped his authority by a mile, and we will hold him accountable. I'm asking the court for a preliminary injunction to immediately block this order from taking effect and ensure that the rights of the many American-born children harmed by it should be in effect while the litigation proceeds. Fortunately, I do not stand alone. I'm joined by my co-leads, the Attorneys General from Massachusetts and New Jersey, as well as Attorneys General from 15 other states around the country, as well as Washington, D.C., and the great city and county of San Francisco. I want to be clear that this isn't some theoretical legal disagreement I have with the president. If allowed to stand, this order would endanger thousands of U.S. citizens who will be born in the next year, real children and families just trying to live their lives in peace. It would strip Americans of their most basic rights and the privileges they're owed as citizens. Children would be forced to live under the threat of deportation. The fear, anxiety, and trauma of that alone is enormously detrimental to their mental and emotional well-being. They lose the ability to obtain Social Security numbers and a passport. When they grow up, they wouldn't be able to work legally. They wouldn't be able to vote, serve on juries, and run for certain political offices. They'd lose eligibility for a wide range of federal programs, such as federal food and housing assistance, federal financial aid for students, and more. This stands to impact more than 20,000 babies born each year in California who would have been citizens who should be citizens. On top of the impact on vulnerable, innocent children and their families, this order will directly harm our state, the great state of California. California will lose critical federal funding for programs that thousands of people rely on, including Medi-Cal and the Children's Health Insurance Program, commonly referred to as CHIP. The state's ability to receive federal funding for those programs and others hinges on the immigration status of the persons they're serving, not to mention the massive administrative burden this will put on California agencies that will have to alter their operations immediately to implement changes by February 19th when the order goes into effect. Changes that will come at considerable expense. The ripple effect of this order on families, communities, and our state is truly devastating. Birthright citizenship is foundational to our nation's history, to California's history, to our very identity. Let's be clear, it's not new, not at all radical. It's a tradition that dates back to the beginning of our nation's history. In the Supreme Court's infamous Dred Scott decision, the court wrongly denied birthright citizenship to descendants of slaves. That terrible decision, a stain on our nation's history, along with slavery, was remedied after the Civil War by the 14th Amendment to our Constitution. The amendment promises, the Citizenship Clause of the U.S. Constitution states, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. It's a right that has already been challenged in the U.S. Supreme Court twice, and twice upheld. One such case centered around a San Francisco-born Chinese-American named Wong Kim Ark. And I know the city attorney will talk more about this, who successfully sued the United States when he was denied entry back into his own country after visiting family in China. Officials wrongly claimed he wasn't a citizen. In 1898, the Supreme Court took up Mr. Ark's case and affirmed that children born to immigrants in the U.S., like Ark, could not be denied citizenship. That case was 125 years ago, over 125 years ago. The questions around birthright citizenship have been asked and answered. This is settled. This is established, resolved in the highest court of the land, the U.S. Supreme Court. This is done and dusted. This is decided. Birthright citizenship should not be up for debate. Of course, to Trump, law and order, judicial precedents, constitutional rights have little bearing. He does what he wants to do when he wants to do it, how he wants to do it, regardless of the law, unfortunately. In California, we won't allow that. As California's chief law enforcement officer, I won't allow that. I won't allow our president to willfully violate the U.S. Constitution and violate the rights of U.S. citizens and get away with it. So we're in court. Make no mistake, we're a nation of immigrants. It's in our DNA, especially here in California. We're home to more immigrants than any other state, 11 million strong, nearly half from Latin America, more than 40% from Asia, making up almost 30% of our population. Immigrants who contributed and contribute enormously to our workforce, fuel our economic might and strength and power, who make up 1 in 3 of our workers, who pay taxes, who bring in new ideas, innovations, and perspectives, who grow our food, run flourishing businesses, and lead our communities, who enliven our cities with their rich cultures and favorite traditions. Immigrants who are our neighbors, our friends, our loved ones. Families who came from across Latin America, Asia, and around the world dreaming, longing for a better life, a brighter future for their children, for opportunity that they didn't have. People like my own mom, who was born and raised in the Philippines, who had me in the Philippines and came here lawfully with me in tow at 2 months old when she feared the rise of a dictator and martial law in her home country, which were both around the corner, who lived here legally with a green card for many years, and eventually became a citizen so she could vote for me in my first election. In California, we stand by our immigrant communities. We stand up for our immigrant communities because we know our diversity is both our story and our strength. It makes us great. It makes us strong. As California Attorney General, I will always defend that belief. I will always protect Californians, including our immigrants and their children. I will always enforce and defend our laws. Immigrants are and always will be welcome in California. I'm here to make sure of it. The executive orders Trump released yesterday may be the first, but we can be sure they're not the last. Between Trump 1.0, Project 2025, and his campaign promises, we've had a good idea of what's to come, and we've been preparing. My team is actively reviewing each order, and you can be sure that where we see laws violated, rights trampled on, freedoms attacked, we will take action. We are ready to take on the challenges of a second Trump administration to ensure that in California our progress will continue and that our progress will prevail. We will be here to choose calm over chaos, belonging over blame, unity over division, us and we over I and me. To stand on the side of law and order, respect the history of this nation, protect the rights of our people. It's who we are in the Golden State. Nothing and no one can change that. No matter who is in the White House, no matter who holds control of Congress in California, we're going to keep moving forward. We're going to stay on our path of progress. Before I close, I again want to express my appreciation for my team at DOJ, who prepared this lawsuit and who are working tirelessly to defend the rights of all Californians as our nation embarks on this new chapter. They don't do it for the recognition, but I'm going to embarrass them anyway. Denise Levy, Irina Tresovin, Marissa Maloof, Christina Bull-Arndt, Michael Newman, Damon Brown, Francesca Gesner, Danielle O'Bannon, thank you. I appreciate your work. I'm honored to be your colleague. Thank you for all you have done, are doing, will continue to do. Thank you for getting us to this very important point in this litigation. I will now turn it over to my great friend and the incredible City Attorney of the San Francisco City Attorney's Office, David Chu.
Good morning. I want to thank all of you for being here, and so it begins. Let me start by thanking our great Attorney General Bonta for his leadership on so many fronts, particularly during these times that we find ourselves in. AG Bonta and I have worked side by side over many years in many fights for justice, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity for myself, our office, the City and County of San Francisco, to team up with AG Bonta, his great Department of Justice, and your state attorney general colleagues around the country on this lawsuit. And taking a lead from him, I also want to take a moment and recognize my staff who have been working round the clock in recent weeks on this. Yvonne Murray, David Lauk, Molly Alican, Molly Lee, who's not here, Jen Quart, Kenneth Chen, and others. Yesterday, Donald Trump made good on his campaign promise to target our immigrant communities, our family members, our workforce. Immigrants have made our country great, are crucial to our economic success, are central to our nation's social and cultural fabric. This is a tragedy, as our nation can no longer stand true to the promise of the Statue of Lady Liberty and America's history of welcoming immigrants. Now, before this week, we've heard Donald Trump repeatedly and blatantly disregard the rule of law. With his executive order ending birthright citizenship, acting without legal authority, Donald Trump continues to cast aside longstanding constitutional principles. As our AG described, birthright citizenship was enshrined in the Constitution in 1868 with the post-Civil War ratification of the 14th Amendment. And if I may plainly state it again, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the U.S. and of the state wherein they reside. It is simple, it is clear, it is plain. The 14th Amendment's guarantee is regardless of race, color, or background. And this principle, grounded in fairness and accountability and inclusivity, has remained constitutional bedrock for 157 years. The story of birthright citizenship is as San Francisco as they come. San Francisco has a unique connection to birthright citizenship when one of our very own citizens stood up for his constitutional right in the late 1800s. Wong Kim Ark was born in San Francisco on Sacramento Street to immigrant parents. He became a cook. In 1895, while traveling back from China to his home in San Francisco, he was denied re-entry back in the U.S. due to the Chinese Exclusion Act. And despite the anti-immigrant era and anti-Chinese bigotry, as well as the fact that the then U.S. Solicitor General was prosecuting his case, Wong Kim Ark had the courage to challenge this decision. Chinese family networks pulled resources through the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association to provide him with legal counsel. And I want to thank the leadership of the CCBA for being here, and you will hear from them momentarily. In 1898, the U.S. Supreme Court recognized Wong Kim Ark's citizenship, reaffirming the 14th Amendment principle that anyone born in our country is a citizen. And that case has been the law of the land for 127 years. Now, overturning this 127-year precedent is contrary to our American values and a ruthless attack on newborns and future generations of Americans. Ending birthright citizenship would impede their integration and their assimilation into society, their educational and economic future, and that hurts all of us. To deny some children the basic rights that other children in our country have will create a permanent, multi-generational underclass of those who will have been born in our country but will never have lived anywhere else and be effectively stateless. These children will not be able to naturalize or obtain citizenship from another country. They will live under constant threat of deportation, and as they age, they won't be able to work lawfully or vote. They will have limited ability to travel and will be challenged in accessing health care. Now, like our Attorney General, this is personal to me. As the first child born in this country to my immigrant parents, this is personal to a large majority of San Franciscans, of Californians, and Americans who are either immigrants or the children of immigrants. It will be so harmful to our economy, in addition to creating intense personal chaos for so many in our community. I'll note that this executive order will also result in the loss of federal funding to state and local governments such as San Francisco. For example, San Francisco is responsible for administering federal state-funded public benefits programs like CalWORKS and CalFresh. San Francisco receives funding based in part on the number of eligible recipients, and eligibility is determined by proof of a valid Social Security number. Without Social Security numbers, San Francisco cannot verify otherwise eligible newborns who qualify for these programs. This executive order will result in the direct loss of significant federal funding to San Francisco to provide aid and administer these programs. San Francisco, on the other hand, will still have to bear the inherent costs of caring for our residents, whether or not they have Social Security numbers and are eligible for assistance. Let me close by saying that I am here, our AGs, others, we're here and hopeful that our federal judges will take their oaths of office seriously, that they will uphold long-standing constitutional principles and do the right thing. And we look forward to litigating this in the courts alongside our Attorney General. This moment, I'd like to introduce from the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association, the association that many, many years ago helped to defend Wong Kim Ark, Larry Yi, to say a few words.
First of all, my name is Larry Yi from the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association. past president, and with me I have my president from the Samyup, Stephen Liu, and also lead Ding Li. He's our historical chair. So I want to also thank Attorney General Rob Bonte for fighting this fight, along with our city attorney, David Chiu, and all our community's members who has stand with this birthright. The Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association took this on 128 years ago. Before it went to the Supreme Court, we challenged it and we supported Wong Kim Ak in his right to be having that birthright citizenship that we all enjoy. I know myself, as a child of an immigrant too, and I can see the benefits that to hold this birthright and make it the 14th Amendment. Still, whatever Trump says, we need to fight it and fight it to the max and continue to fight this. I know it's going to be a tough fight. This guy will probably throw the kitchen sink at us, but the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association mandate this 127 years ago, that birthright is our right, is our civil right, is our economic right, and we'll continue to fight this. And again, thank you again, Attorney General Rob Bonte, City Attorney David Chiu, and all the attorney generals throughout the states. We need to continue this fight. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gabriel Medina. I'm the Executive Director with La Raza Community Resource Center here in San Francisco for the last 55 years. With me is Del Medina, one of our board members for La Raza Community Resource Center. We are a family resource center and immigration legal defense center, as well as a basic needs center. And we serve as a bridge between newcomer families and San Francisco. And I'm very grateful to the Attorney General Rob Bonta today for introducing this, standing up for our civil rights, and also for City Attorney David Chiu as well. Thank you so much, consistently fighting for our civil rights here in San Francisco. Last night I was watching, kind of the executive orders being rolled out on the news with my grandma in Elk Grove. She's 93 years old. Her, my mom, and my great grandma all came here as immigrants from Mexico. And on the news popped up Attorney General Rob Bonta's face saying, "We will fight for your rights." So just my grandma cannot hear, but on the script it says, "I will fight for your rights. You have rights. I will fight for you. I'll protect you." And I want to thank that. That gives a lot of inspiration, not just to my grandma and my family, but immigrants all over the state, all over the country, that there are people fighting for our civil rights. And that's what I want to thank the Attorney General for doing that. The 14th Amendment, obviously, I'm a beneficiary of being born of immigrant, my mom and my grandma and my great grandma. So I want to thank for that. I want to also make sure that people know, any immigrant family, immigrant child knows they should continue to go to school. They need to continue to go to school, continue to receive services, continue to visit food pantries, continue to show up for your immigration appointments, continue to work, whatever you can do, because I know that San Francisco will fight for your rights, and I know that with the leaders here, we can do that. And I also want to urge, just any families that are out there, if they see, any reports, just make sure to call the Rapid Response Hotline. We're proudly a member of SF Immigration Legal Education Network, SF Immigration Legal Defense Collaborative, and the Rapid Response Network, and it's just very important to make sure to call the hotlines to make sure we can respond quickly and provide adequate legal representation. But just make sure that you continue to receive services. And I want to thank all the leaders here and the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association as well for the historic fight for our civil rights. Thank you very much.
Let me thank again Gabriel and Larry and my great friend and incredible leader, San Francisco City Attorney David Chiu, for being here and standing together on this important issue, on this important morning. And I do want to say just two quick things. We'll open up the questions. One, there's a way. if you seek to amend the U.S. Constitution to do so. It's spelled out in black and white, right in the U.S. Constitution. You got to get 2/3 votes in both houses of the U.S. Congress and then get 3/4 of the states to ratify. That's how you do it. You can't do it by executive order. As the President of the United States, you definitely have a good amount of authority, but it is not unlimited. And you absolutely cannot unilaterally amend the U.S. Constitution. So this is an attack on children. It's an attack on U.S. citizens. It's an attack on our foundational document, the U.S. Constitution, and we will not let it stand. We will see Mr. Trump in court, and we will help ensure that the right to birthright citizenship continues and lives on. With that, I can open up to any questions. Yeah.
Attorney General Bonta, is it a concern at all financially that the legislature hasn't passed the legal defense fund, or is that more of a stopgap for anticipated lawsuits going forward?
The $25 million in the special session?
Yeah.
Not worried. It's moving forward. We expect it to pass. Of course, there's a process and a timeline to do that, so it's all expected. No concerns. We're grateful for the governor pushing for the $25 million and the legislature for considering it. We hope and believe that it will get passed, especially as seeing all these executive orders, the need to ramp up our operation, the importance of protecting fundamental constitutional rights, as well as pulling down important federal dollars. A $25 million investment will have massive ROI in terms of the federal dollars that we'll get. When in Trump 1.0, there was billions of dollars that our lawsuits led to California receiving. So not concerned. If they need time to think about it and go through their process, they ought to. But we're grateful for the consideration and hopeful for the funding to come through soon.
Are you going to be able to say it in Spanish or say anything in Spanish?
Not from here.
Is this lawsuit and the Attorney General lawsuit separate from the ACLU lawsuit over this executive order? Are they concurrent? Will they be joined?
It's separate. The ACLU's lawsuit is filed in the same circuit, but a different district court. I think they're in the District of New Hampshire. We're in the District of Massachusetts. They could be related at some point, and certainly they will rise to the same circuit. So there has been some discussion between us and them. We're very aware, and we're not surprised by their filing. I'm sure they're very aware, not surprised by ours. They are representing organizational plaintiffs as well as individuals. We were representing states and the city and county of San Francisco and the District of Columbia. So I believe they're aligned and all part of the same important effort to protect and defend birthright citizenship.
And it's possible that this could go to the Supreme Court. Legal scholars say it's not likely the Supreme Court will reverse a previous decision, especially if it's been the law of the land for over 100 years. But theoretically, they could decide to reinterpret the 14th Amendment. How concerned are you about that, and how prepared are you for that?
Not concerned on the substance. Feel very strongly in the merits of our case. The well-established precedent of birthright citizenship multiple times in the highest court in the land. The plain and unambiguous language of the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. We feel very strongly. And could this case go to the U.S. Supreme Court? Of course it could. It's filed in federal court. It could and will likely be appealed, whatever the result in the district court, and could get to the U.S. Supreme Court. But I think you give us an objective forum where we can present the law and the facts, we feel very confident in our likelihood of prevailing on the merits.
What is the timeline on this legal action against the executive order? What can we expect before that order goes into effect?
You know, the order is interesting in its effective date. It's an order issued yesterday, but effective in 30 days. I think that's good for us because we can file and before anyone is harmed, present our arguments to a court so that they can prevent anyone from being harmed before the effective date 30 days out. So it is interesting and different in some ways than an executive order that is effective upon its issuance. There's a 30-day delay. I have no idea why. You have to ask the Trump administration about that. But I think it works in our favor to provide an opportunity for deliberation and consideration by a judicial body to receive and review our arguments and make a sound decision. And we think that sound decision is to strike down immediately and enjoin any implementation of the executive order 30 days from now.
Which other executive orders signed yesterday by
I'll say we're reviewing all of them. This one jumped off the page as one that needed immediate legal action by us in the States and San Francisco. Others are interesting in their design. They ask for more information to be reported back to the president in some certain amount of days. So it's information gathering on an issue that, should that information lead to action, could be a reason for us to file a lawsuit. But just the fact gathering part itself does not, we don't believe is ripe for litigation immediately. Some of the ramp up that could lead to the deployment of military to be involved with immigration enforcement. We'll have to see what the military actually does, what their role is. Are they directly involved in immigration enforcement on American soil, or are they in a support role or something else? Some of it will be fact specific, so we'll have to see how the order is implemented on the ground and assess that. Our North Star is what the federal government, is what the Trump administration doing unlawful. Until we're certain and have a good faith, strong belief that it is, we won't act. If they act lawfully, there's absolutely nothing for us to do. And honestly, I hope for that. Not a lot to ask for your president to act lawfully. But if he doesn't, as he has not here with this birthright citizenship executive order, we will act. We will act swiftly. We will act decisively. We will act aggressively. So we're monitoring all of the executive orders. We don't expect yesterday's executive orders to be an exhaustion of all executive orders that Mr. Trump will issue. Could be more today. We're watching all of them, and we're looking for that moment where it crosses the threshold and is illegal, at which point we will act. Well, our hope is that we get an injunction and that we get the executive order enjoined, halted, stopped, not implemented while we litigate the case. That is an important part of our action, to put a hold, to put a stop on any implementation, and then we continue to discuss it, move it through the district court, perhaps the appellate court, maybe the U.S. Supreme Court. But that whole time, our hope is that there is no adverse consequences from the EO on children. Any other questions? Thank you. My message is I've been thinking about you for months. You, your future, your family, what the Trump administration could mean for you. And I'm absolutely committed to defending and protecting your rights, your freedoms, your future, and making sure that the Trump administration does not break the law in his efforts to harm you and other immigrant communities. And you will always have an attorney general who will use the full force of the law and the full authority of my office to protect and defend you, your family, your rights, and your freedoms. Hi. I feel great about that. I feel fantastic about the fact that we have like-minded other states who are in this fight, committed to the rule of law, committed to uplifting constitutional rights and protecting them from the attacks of a president who is violating the law. This moment calls all of us into action and into service. And it means that we need to stand up together and support one another. I've always believed that we're stronger when we're working together, when it's us and we instead of I and me. And a lot of these attorneys general are absolutely incredible working on their own. And I have incredible admiration and respect for them. We're even stronger when we're working together. So our commitment to one another, to this cause, to this moment, to defending rights and freedoms, protecting our Constitution, I think is a sign of hope and inspiration. when you're seeing some darkness coming from the White House. Anyone else?
Do you have a message for Republican states that may not get involved in this out of fear of retaliation from the president, even if they have high immigrant populations who are impacted by this?
A couple. You have birthright citizens in your state. Item number one, they're deserving of protection of their constitutional right. Overcome your fear and have some courage and commitment to your principles. This is about principles. No more important principle than those enshrined in our founding document, the U.S. Constitution. If you're not going to fight for those, what are you going to fight for? And you can do multiple things at one time. You can fight for constitutional rights. You can also cooperate with the president and the Trump administration on things that you see with like mind and have common ground on. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm going to be meeting with all the U.S. attorneys that the Trump administration appoints here in California. I'm going to work with them on tackling fentanyl and human trafficking and hate crimes and organized retail crime. We can and we should work together on that. We should team up for the public safety of our state. And it will be absolutely non-negotiable that I will sue the Trump administration anytime he violates the law or violates the Constitution. There's no such thing as I'm only going to have a relationship with you between the federal administration and a state if you allow me to trample over the U.S. Constitution. That's not the deal. That's not a thing. So looking forward to working with the Trump administration in all ways possible. And we'll hold him accountable when he breaks the law. Anyone else?
We've seen a lot of, we already start receiving calls and ammunition from Mission, people saying that they've been victims of scammers because they're trying to help them with their immigration stuff. So what is the message for them in order to prevent them from being victims of these scammers, and also for the people that is doing this, and it's not right? Thank you.
It's a very sad and predatory and inappropriate thing to take advantage of someone's fear, anxiety, worry in the time where the Trump administration is going after our immigrants, and to use that to line your pockets and have dollar signs in your eyes to take advantage of people who are vulnerable. That's wrong, and that's where we come in. The city attorney's office, me, law enforcement, report those incidents to us so we can take action and hold accountable the perpetrators who are violating the law and seeking to scam you, defraud you, violate your rights, and break the law. That's what we're here for. So we're on your side on this, but we don't know what we don't know. You have to tell us. So please reach out, and we'll take it from there.
How soon do you expect a ruling on whether or not an injunction is granted?
The whole idea of the injunction is for it to be immediate, so quick. But before the 30-day implementation date is we need an order, so we know if it's going to go into effect in 30 days or not. So it's all on shortened time. It's all quick. It is designed to stop irreparable injury from being implemented before it's actually implemented. And so before that order goes into effect in 30 days, we hope to have enjoined that executive order, stopped and prohibited it from going into effect.
And where was it filed?
The District of Massachusetts.
Was there a reason why it was filed in Massachusetts and not here in California?
No. Every case you have different partners. We have the leads of Massachusetts as one of the co-leads here with the state of California and the state of New Jersey. The District of Massachusetts is the local court for the Massachusetts AG. It made sense for this case. There was a different court that the ACLU wanted to file in New Hampshire. The Northern District of California is a great court. I'm sure you'll see us filing cases in the Northern District in the future.
And how many other attorneys general, how many other states and districts are in this? Is it 15? 17?
I think we're 18 states plus D.C. plus San Francisco, but 18 states, one district and one incredible city and county. Any other questions? Thank you.
Right.
Thanks for showing up for us. Yeah, but I won't be speaking. Yeah. Yep. I will bring her over. Her name is Anita.
No rush.
No, it's all good.
I appreciate it. I just had a question about an interview afterward.
Yep.
That's okay.
And those are available.
Yeah, if they're available.
Yeah,
Right.
they are available.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
We're going to start in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
You tell us where you want us.
Everyone, big smiles, big smiles. All right, on 3, 2, 1. Perfect. All right, one last shot, On 3, 2, 1. Perfect. What's remaining? All right. We'll do one more shot, everyone. We'll do one more soda.
Can we do freedom on 3?
Of course we can. Freedom on 3? All right, everyone. Everyone in the back right there. We're focused.
Freedom on 3.
All right, freedom on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Freedom!
Perfect. Let's do that one last time. Freedom on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Freedom!
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Valencia. I work as a legislative advocate here at the ACLU California Action, the lobbying arm of the ACLU in California. Thank you for joining us on this eventful day to hear from advocates and leaders on civil rights priorities as the Trump administration begins to implement its extreme agenda. We are joined by leaders of our ACLU national offices in New York and Washington, D.C., leaders from our California affiliates, as well as our allies in the state legislature and members and supporters. I will be introducing our 4 speakers to the podium. At the conclusion of their remarks, our speakers and advocacy staff will be available for one-on-one interviews and can answer follow-up questions and share more details about our legislative and policy priorities. Some of my colleagues and I are available to take questions in Spanish. Y ahora en español, mi nombre es Cynthia Valencia, soy una defensora legislativa de la ACLU de California Action. Soy su presentadora. Gracias por acompañarnos en este día importante a escuchar a líderes sobre nuestras prioridades de derechos civiles mientras la administración de Trump comienza a implementar su agenda extrema. Nos acompañan líderes de nuestras oficinas nacionales de la ACLU en Nueva York y Washington, D.C., líderes de nuestros afiliados de California y nuestros aliados en la legislatura. Estaré anunciando a nuestros 4 presentadores. Al final del programa, nuestros presentadores y representantes de nuestra organización estarán disponibles para entrevistas individuales y para contestar preguntas y compartir más información sobre nuestras prioridades políticas. Algunos de mis colegas y yo estamos disponibles para contestar preguntas en español. Ahora, bienvenida a nuestra primera presentadora. Ella es la directora de Política y Defensa de la ACLU Nacional. Now please welcome our first speaker. She is the Chief Political and Advocacy Officer of our national ACLU, Deirdre Schiffling.
Good morning. Good morning. I am Deirdre Schiffling, spelled D-E-I-R-D-R-E, S-C-H-I-F-E-L-I-N-G, and I'm the Chief Political and Advocacy Officer of the National ACLU. And I am so proud to join our members and supporters here at the state capitol, as well as the fierce leaders of our ACLU affiliates in California and offices across this great state, and our incredible legislative leaders who are also here with us. Today, one day after Trump's second inauguration, the ACLU is here to recommit to the fight for freedom. For over 100 years, through 19 administrations, the ACLU has stayed true to its mission to protect and defend the civil rights and civil liberties of all people. And this administration is no exception. For the better part of a year, we have been preparing for this moment. We are here to defeat, to delay, to dilute Trump's extreme agenda at every level, including the state and local level. In these first 100 days, and for every day after, ACLU advocates and attorneys are ready to review and respond to the Trump administration's actions of cruelty and chaos. Just last night, our legal team sued the administration to block the president's attempt to end birthright citizenship in the United States. An executive order does not have the power to override the Constitution. Our attorneys also asked a federal court to hold an immediate hearing on the administration's abrupt shutdown of CBP One, a mobile app that was the last way for people to seek asylum at the southern border. Seeking safety through asylum is a human right. And while our attorneys were drafting potential legal strategies, our state colleagues here and in states across the country have been working hand in hand with community partners, governors, attorneys general, legislators, mayors, and other local officials to protect our communities. This moment of urgency calls for all of us to get involved. And with 40 million people who call this state home, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, California has the opportunity and the responsibility to lead the front lines of the resistance. California's leaders must act now to protect their constituents. We know that states will be crucial in the next 4 years. In Trump's first term, states fought the administration tooth and nail to protect their residents' civil rights and civil liberties, from defending our access to abortion and the freedom to marry, to defeating the Muslim ban and curbing mass deportations. Now we find ourselves in this position once again. To prepare, the ACLU has been working with state and local officials to develop an aggressive playbook to protect people from Trump's radical agenda. These plans include strategies for state and local governments to fund pro bono legal services for immigrants, to fund care and travel for those seeking abortions, strategies to prevent the deployment of the National Guard on our own communities, and to prevent state and local assistance in immigration raids and detentions. States have the power to just say no to enabling Trump's radical agenda. And already, states from Michigan to New Jersey to North Carolina to Washington have taken bold actions to protect their constituents. Now, California must join those states in building safeguards for the nearly 40 million people who call this state home. California has the unique influence and opportunity to lead the way for the rest of the nation. This is not Trump's America. This is not Project 2025's America. This is our America. We invite all Californians to join the fight for freedom and urge their local and state leaders to do their part. We want Trump to know that he won't just see the ACLU in court, he will also see us in state legislatures and in the streets. Visit aclu.org to find out how you can join us and take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Our next speaker is David Trujillo, the Executive Director of the ACLU California Action here in Sacramento. He will be offering his remarks in English and then in Spanish. Muchas gracias a Deirdre. Nuestro siguiente presentador es David Trujillo, el director de la ACLU California Action aquí en Sacramento. Él compartirá sus comentarios en inglés y después en español. Gracias.
Good morning. Thank you, Cynthia. Good morning. I'm David Trujillo, Trujillo. I am the Executive Director of ACLU California Action, and I'm proud to stand here with Deirdre, our national colleagues, and ACLU leaders across California, including Abdi Soltani, the Executive Director of ACLU Northern California, Liz Garcia, Executive Director of ACLU Southern California. As Deirdre mentioned, we are here as community leaders, as activists, as ACLU advocates, strong and resolute in our mission to defend California values and advance the rights of all people without exception. We are here to send a clear message to all Californians, to people of all races and genders, to immigrants and refugees, to LGBTQ+ people, to Black and brown indigenous people, to people who are unhoused, and people who are incarcerated. The ACLU was built for this moment, and we are ready to fight for freedom. Yesterday, President Trump referred to his newly inaugurated administration as a new golden age. But we know, based on his actions in his first term, Trump will disregard precedent, ignore established norms, trample the Constitution in his efforts to implement an extreme and oppressive agenda. Here in the Golden State, we know a gilded policy agenda when we see one. Make no mistake, this administration seeks to benefit the wealthy few at the expense of working people. President Trump is on notice that our communities are neither hopeless nor helpless. After all, the ACLU sued his administration 434 times, successfully stopping some of his more extreme policy goals. And our national and affiliate attorneys are prepared to do so once again and have, in fact, already issued 2 challenges in the last 24 hours. But it is not enough for us to fight his executive orders and policies that seek to vilify, exploit, and oppress our families and communities. California must lead. From anti-war demonstrations in the 1960s to leading the resistance during the first Trump administration, California is and has long been a powerhouse for freedom. Today, people across the nation are looking to our state to lead the charge once again against this administration's extreme agenda. While we are reeling for communities in Los Angeles impacted by the devastating wildfires, I'm astonished by the show of care and mutual aid by neighbors and people across the state. That's the very spirit we will need from each other and our state and local leaders in the face of Trump's oppressive agenda. I became a naturalized U.S. citizen on May 10th, 2017. And during my swearing-in ceremony, the speakers explained that we were becoming Americans by choice. I love that phrase because it not only captures the essence of the immigrant journey to this country, but it truly describes our democracy. As immigrants, we choose to come to this country because this is the place that nearly 250 years ago boldly declared that we are all created equal and are born with inalienable rights. In the decades and centuries since that declaration, Americans all across this country have fought at great personal peril to remind us of those ideals and to push us to continue to do better, to correct past mistakes, to create a more equitable and just nation, to dare to be a more perfect union. That is why, on the dawn of a second Trump administration, I have to say that I am proud to be part of the ACLU, to be an American, and to be a Californian. Because today, we declare our intention to fight back against draconian policies that seek to undermine our democracy, that vilify our immigrant friends and loved ones, that treat women as anything other than equal, that degrade members of the LGBTQ community, especially trans youth, and that oppress BIPOC folks. Today, we call on the governor and every elected official in California to join us in pursuing a mandate that addresses three immediate issues. First, we fight to ensure housing for all and end the housing crisis. The recent and ongoing devastation of wildfires in Southern California is a sobering reminder of how housing precarity can affect anyone at any time. As we all know, our state has a housing crisis, and the Trump administration has threatened to criminalize unhoused people and defund the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which provides a critical safety net for families. We call on our state leaders to safeguard unhoused Californians against Trump's extreme agenda and create a permanent funding source that would continue to bolster affordable housing access in the state. Second, we fight to protect our privacy and defend against surveillance. Technology should work for people and enrich our lives, not be used to attack our communities. We know that for the Trump administration's extreme agenda to succeed, it would need to commandeer city and state resources, including access to sensitive information about who we are, where we go, what we do, and who we know. Our policymakers must do everything they can to protect people by strengthening our digital defenses and keeping information about people in California, and out of the hands of the Trump administration. Lastly, we fight to keep our families together and keep our communities whole. The Trump administration's threats of mass arrest and deportation are not only imminent, they are already in action. In the past 2 weeks in Kern County, we've heard reports of federal Border Patrol agents indiscriminately stopping scores of residents and detaining people simply for being brown. We believe CBP has been emboldened by the incoming administration and its divisive and racist rhetoric. These violent and aggressive tactics by CBP violate civil rights, instill fear in families, and put our communities in danger. We call on our state leaders to strengthen protections for immigrant families and fully maximize California's authority to limit the harm that the Trump administration promises to inflict on our communities. Specifically, we call on our policymakers to ensure that all state and local agencies do not divert resources to embolden the Trump administration's extreme plans for mass deportation and detention. Today, California has a choice. Together, we must dare to pursue actions that lean on our highest ideals, to confront gilded policy agendas that benefit the few with policies that take down systems of oppression and lift up all communities. We must dare to lean into the values that make California the Golden State, and in doing so, demonstrate to the rest of the country that we the people means all of us. Buenos días, mi nombre es David Trujillo y soy el director ejecutivo de ACLU California Action. Estamos reunidos hoy con miembros de nuestra organización nacional y los directores ejecutivos de la ACLU del norte de California y la ACLU del sur de California y activistas de todas partes del estado. Todos estamos resueltos a defender nuestros valores y los derechos de todos sin excepción. Estamos aquí hoy con este mensaje para todos los residentes de California, para personas de todas las edades, razas y géneros, para migrantes y refugiados, para la comunidad LGBTQ, para gente indígena, para personas afroamericanas, para personas que no tienen hogar y para las personas encarceladas. La ACLU existe para este momento y estamos listos para luchar por la libertad de todos. El presidente Trump está bajo aviso que nuestras comunidades no están desamparadas. Durante su primera administración, la ACLU demandó a la administración del presidente Trump 434 veces, poniendo alto a varias de sus políticas más extremas. Estamos listos para volverlo a hacer. De hecho, ya iniciamos 2 demandas. Pero sabemos que luchar contra las políticas del presidente no es suficiente. California tiene que tomar la iniciativa para avanzar los derechos de nuestras comunidades. Mientras todos lamentamos el impacto de los incendios en Los Ángeles, el ver cómo todos nos hemos unido para ayudar a nuestras comunidades me da esperanza. Esa es la unidad que necesitamos para confrontar las políticas opresivas que el presidente quiere implementar. Yo, como muchas personas en nuestro estado, estoy orgulloso de ser inmigrante. Como muchos otros inmigrantes, mi decisión de venir a este país fue informado por los valores en los cuales este país fue fundado. Venimos aquí para formar una nueva vida, para contribuir a nuestras comunidades y para perseguir nuestros sueños y anhelos. Es por eso que hoy, con orgullo que soy parte de la ACLU, que soy californiano, que soy americano. Porque hoy anunciamos nuestras intenciones de luchar contra las políticas opresivas que procuran debilitar nuestra democracia, que tratan de vilificar a los inmigrantes, que tratan a mujeres como inferiores a los hombres, que atacan a la comunidad LGBTQ, especialmente a nuestros jóvenes de transgénero, y oprimen a personas de color. Hoy le pedimos al gobernador Newsom y a todos los miembros de la legislatura de California que se unan a nosotros para promover 3 políticas. Primero, seguimos nuestra lucha para garantizar una vivienda para todos y poder poner fin a la crisis de la vivienda. La reciente devastación de los incendios en Los Ángeles es un aviso del momento de que tenemos que tomar acción inmediatamente. Segundo, tenemos que proteger nuestra privacidad y defender contra la vigilancia electrónica. La tecnología debería de trabajar para todos nosotros, para enriquecer nuestras vidas y no debería ser un arma para atacar nuestras comunidades. Y por último, tenemos que luchar para mantener nuestras familias unidas y nuestras comunidades completas. Las redadas conducidas por CBP en Kern son solo el inicio. El presidente Trump quiere más redadas y más deportaciones. Quiere separar nuestras familias. Necesitamos asegurar que el estado de California haga todo lo posible para proteger a los inmigrantes en nuestro estado. Hoy California debe tomar acción. Tenemos que atrevernos a implementar nuestros valores y asegurar que todos los residentes de California puedan vivir sus vidas libres de opresión y poder seguir sus sueños. I am now thrilled to turn to 2 of our champions in the state legislature. First up, please welcome Senator Maria Elena Durazo from the 26th Senate District. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone for being here, coming together as a community to reaffirm California's role on the front line of freedom. What do we want? Freedom. As a daughter of migrant workers and migrant farm workers, I understand firsthand what is at stake. We know now Trump has threatened California, home to over 10 million immigrants. Just a few days ago in the Central Valley, we know reports of federal agents indiscriminately stopping residents and detaining people. Immigrants are being unjustly targeted, and we know that these violent and aggressive tactics violate civil rights, instill fear in our families, and put our communities in danger. Together, we will defend and protect all of our communities and keep all Californians safe and whole. Family separations affect children for the rest of their lives. We must protect our children from this trauma and instability. In catastrophic disasters like the fires that we underwent in Los Angeles, immigrant communities are at the forefront of cleanup and recovery. Hundreds of day laborers organized themselves and took to the streets to clean up and help others. Still, they face challenges. that will now only worsen, including exclusion from safety net and vital relief programs, from unscrupulous ICE deportation programs that are operating without transparency, and an unjust deportation system with profound barriers to due process. Immigrants are the backbone of California's economy. We brag about being the 5th largest in the world. Undocumented Californians pay billions into state and local taxes despite being unable to access essential services that they are helping, contributing, putting money to pay for. California will remain a hopeful and welcoming place for immigrants and refugees. We are putting our money where our mouth is to provide the legal services and fight back with litigation. We will stand strong, and we will never abandon our values. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Senadora Durazo. Nuestro último presentador es asambleísta Mike Gibson, representante del Distrito 65. Thank you so much to Senator Durazo. Our final speaker is Assemblymember Mike Gibson of the 65th Assembly District.
Your life begins the end the moment you start being silent on the things that matter. In the end, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. We will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the victorious action of the bad people, but the appalling silence of the good people. That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who said that. Yesterday, we celebrated the dreamer. I want to, again, acknowledge the district in which I represent, the 65th California State Assembly District. Those are areas of Watts Willowbrook where I was born and raised. And I say that unapologetically. I represent Compton, North Long Beach, Harbor Gateway North and South Harbor City, Wilmington, and San Pedro. I am honored to stand with each and every one of you, each and every courageous individual who stands with me, behind me. David, we stand with the ACLU. Maria Elena Durazo, we stand with you. And we stand with our immigrant brothers and sisters. Over 10 years ago, I have served in this legislative body, representing the 65th Assembly District, reflecting on the values of this great state. I cannot help to think the privilege it is to live here in California, to live here in the United States of America. Yesterday, I was traumatized by what I saw and what I heard. This 47th president has declared war not only on the people of America, but also our democracy in this country. I was appalled. The reality is that we call upon each and every one of us to stand boldly together, locking arms with each other. No matter what language you speak, your zip code, who your mama, who your daddy is, it's a call for every last one of us to band together and fight this administration. This administration have signed executive orders to divide this country. But let me tell you, I stand and work with some courageous and some tenacious individuals who we will not allow these particular administrative orders, these executive orders, to define us. We will fight back. California, we serve as a safe haven. We serve as a beacon of light and hope for our immigrant brothers and sisters, our brothers who are and sisters who are LGBT. We want to make sure that we pass policies and laws to strengthen California's values, to make sure that California will not bow down to this administration. We stand in solidarity with each and every family member in our community. This work that's ahead of us, it's going to call every last one of us to stand together and be bold. It requires us to lock arms together, to do something that we've never done before, to elevate our voices, to come out of the shadows and not go back in, but stand boldly to making sure that this administration understand that California will fight them on every juncture. And just putting in the $25 million to arm our Attorney General is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. It is just the beginning. My colleagues and I will be carrying legislation to strengthen our values, to strengthen California, and California will continue to lead the way in this country. And so ACLU, I simply say this: we stand with you, we stand boldly with you, and we're not letting go to making sure that no one goes back, that everyone stand in solidarity. So thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much to our speakers for your passion and encouragement as we fight for our fundamental rights here in California. We will now be available for one-on-one interviews and follow-up questions, including our advocates and lobbyists who are leading our immigration, privacy, and housing justice work. Gracias a nuestros presentadores por su pasión y apoyo mientras luchamos por nuestros derechos fundamentales en California. Los presentadores y nuestro personal están disponibles para entrevistas individuales y preguntas en relación a nuestro trabajo de inmigración, privacidad y justicia de vivienda. Thank you all so much for joining us.